Check. Yo, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Who's ready for a good day? Who is ready for a good day? Who is ready for a good day? I am. Let's freaking get it today. Let's get it. Slayer, good morning. Good morning, dude. We're just waiting for opening range right now. So right now, we're at the 6:30 or 9:30 a.m. candle for the Eastern Standard Time, right? Which is this current candle that you see on the screen. Okay. And we're just waiting for the opening range. So this box, right? Let me get it kind of what it's already done. We're just gonna wait for that opening range. See what we get. Looks like I'm gonna put this. Yeah, we'll put this up here. Okay, and basically I'm gonna wait for the opening range and then wait for the 5-minute to break this red line or this red line up here. So those are like kind of our break of structure, those important break of structures. What is that? What happened? What is that? Is that a subscriber? Let's go. Slayer with the sub. Slayer with the sub. New sub. Welcome, Slayer, to the Twitch subs. You're now a maniac. You're an official maniac. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Slayer. I'm stoked to have you on Twitch. Stoked to have you be subbed in. If you're Twitch subbed, make sure you join the Discord. You'll get full access as we're growing it and as we're building out new features and stuff like that. Do you remember when I told you that I would sub? I have joined the Discord, of course. Sweet. I love it, dude. Thank you so much. 7.5 minutes until we get that opening range. All right, looks like we're getting a good orb. I'm hoping this Monday we get some good price action. We can get some good solid price action today. That would be awesome. I'm expecting I don't like to go in expecting honestly anything, Slayer. I like to just wait to let the candles tell me, because I don't want to come in with a bias. Because the weekend very bullish, but also since the weekend was very bullish and the holiday was very bullish, we could see a pretty good correction. So I don't like going in with a bias. I like just waiting for the candles to tell me. We'll see what happens here. Happy Easter. Happy Easter. I hope you guys all had a blessed Easter. Dude, I'm honestly pretty exhausted from Easter. That's like our Super Bowl at our church, where I work. And yeah, we do a pretty awesome event. I love it. It's a really cool event that we do. But yeah, it was a big weekend for me. Like a really big weekend. Oh. All right, there we go. Ooh, look at this. This orb is going. All right, we're getting close. Like 3 minutes, basically. 3 minutes. And then we'll hop down to the 5-minute time frame. Let's go. New emote. I got a whole bunch of those emotes I put in. I don't, Dean. I don't watch the EMAs. I don't watch the EMAs at all. We do have one. Yeah, I don't have any indicators actually on my chart. I'm trying to create a strategy that doesn't need any indicators, just to make it super simple, like not making it too complex, Not that indicators make it not simple, but sometimes you can get all these indicators right, and it makes it unsimple, right? 20 and the 50, yeah, those are popular ones. I used to have the 9, 21, and the 50 on my screen. You know, maybe that might be something we add later on down the road. But as I'm building this model, I'm just kind of keeping it as simple as possible until we get to a point where, like, hey, if we want to up the strat, we need to add an indicator. We need to add, you know, EMAs. We need to add VWAP. We need to add whatever it is, you know. So we might get there. We might add the EMAs back one day, or we might not. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we got the orb. Now we're gonna, once I get these all marked out, I had a couple to mark out. We are gonna hop down to the 5-minute, and then we'll wait for our entry. Okay. All right, everything's marked out. So now I'm gonna go down the 5-minute time frame, and now we'll just wait for a break. It has to break above the red line. And when I say break, not wick, I mean candle closure above the red line. Very important note of our strategy. And also today, there's no red folder news. Check, no red folder news today or tomorrow. The next red folder news will be right when our orb opens on Wednesday, and then on Thursday there's some red folder news too. So nothing really big this week, but we'll see. I would love to see a correction. Yeah, there's definitely liquidity down below, right? We can sweep the previous week high. We can sweep the previous day, previous week close, right? There's a lot below us, but also it could run. This could be the moment. Like, if we go to our day time frame, let's actually go to trading view, trading view. Look at this. It broke above my charted areas. Look at that. It's broken above on Bitcoin. It's broken above on not Ethereum yet. Ethereum's still looking slow. All right, let me see. Yeah, Ethereum still got a ways, but then Solana did too. Oh wait, no, Solana hasn't yet. Did it? No, it got close. Solana hasn't yet. Wait. Was it the weekly time frame? No, it did, because we wanted to start shifting structure here. So Solana did. Now in the day time frame is the next one I want to see for Solana, is breaking this green line. So Solana's getting there, but Bitcoin has broken above my key areas, and so it could actually pump now. It could. We'll see though. We also might not even get a trade today, so we'll see about that. So this is my new update to the strategy. So if you don't know about the new strategy, I talked about it on Thursday, and so we have some updates to the strategy of what we wait for. So new update is we don't wait for a break of structure on the 5-minute. We wait for a break of structure on the 15. So when you go to the 15-minute time frame, right, I put my red line at this high here, which is the previous within the previous session. Okay, so this high, and then I put it at this low here. Okay, so with these two, I need to see a candle closure on the 5 minute above that line or this line. Okay, and then I can enter. I cannot enter if it just breaks the orb, and I can't enter if it breaks 5 minute structure, but it has to be 15-minute structure. Okay, so sometimes it looks different than what it does today, but they're not too far away from our orb. And I found that with the, so let's go to also, I'll log in. Let me show you the back testing. So last Thursday when I was back testing, I was struggling. I was in a really bad, like, my daughter like kept us up super late that day, and I was just like, when I was doing the back testing, I was not doing it properly. I redid on Friday, I back tested February to be like, dude, I need to do this right because I don't know what I'm doing. And I went back to February, and it looks very good. So I'm very happy with the strategy that I've tweaked. So February did have more red days than January, right? So here's January's back test. In that strategy, we only had 1, 2, 3, 4 red days. The rest were green. February, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 red days. The rest were green. A lot of break evens too. And 2 red weeks actually, and only 3 winning weeks. So that's good. But I love the strategies numbers up here. So you got a 47.83 win rate. I don't love that. I wish it was higher. I wish it was above 50 at least. And we'll see as we get more data if that rises. Our profit factor and our average win to loss trade is over 3. So 3.54 and 3.86. So basically every winning trade is about a 4R win almost. And then our day percentage, so out of the days we trade, 70% of the days are winning days. Okay. Now, if you look at our Zella too, our Zella is a 93.21 on this strategy. I really love that we can get the Zella score. I like the Zella scores. I think they provide some cool data. And we're at a 93.21 on the Zella score. Okay. Like if you can get close to 100, that's great. Now Zella score doesn't make or break a strategy, but it is a good indicator of like how's your strategy and your model actually perform over time, right? So like what is the actual good rating on it? So I really like the Zella score, and it's over a 93. I would like it over an 85 minimum, but the fact that it's a 93, I'm very, very happy with. So in the February or January back testing, I've traded just like my prop firm account. So in January, we would have made $22,500, okay, with my normal prop firm account, and then in February we would have made 21.6K on that account. So I'm very, very happy with those profits. And so I'm hoping that as we get more back testing, the strategy stays solid and consistent, which I think it will. Because we did the other back testing of the 5-minute time frame breaker structure, and it was still over a 45% win rate, or like 44% win rate. Or let me just look, it's right here. 42.6% win rate, 385 trades, but still profitable, right? It's still very profitable, but yeah, I don't love the win rate. The fact that it's at 42.6%. I would like it to be higher. Like I'm hoping this win rate on our number 2 backtesting session doesn't go much lower than where we currently are. Ideally, we want to see it rise and get over 50. Bearded Donut, yo, what is up? I hope you're doing good, dude. Man, I haven't talked to you in a minute. I hope you're having a great day. I hope you had a good Easter weekend. Bearded Donut was like one of the first people that when I was like really starting to do this live trading and all this stuff, was like a friend in the Discord and a friend outside. We were playing like the new Call of Duty together, and like it was fun. Miss you, dude. Hope you're having a good week so far. A good start to your week. That guy too is a good trader. Bearded, I've been changing the strat a lot from where I once was. He was the one who kind of showed me the EMAs in the 3-minute time frame. He was like, he does a lot of that. Yeah, all good, homie. He was good at scalping those 3-minute time frames with the EMAs and VWAP. Like, super good at scalping those. I'm back. A lot of weight been lifted, so more time to focus. Let's go. I'm glad, dude. I'm glad. Good to hear that. Good to hear that. All right, so candlesticks are just ranging right now inside the orb. They're just kind of ranging. We'll see what happens here, and we'll see if we get our we'll see if we get an entry today, or maybe today it just ranges, but we'll see. This is crazy. Just in, President Trump says Fed Chair Jerome Powell is a major loser. What? Bro, I don't get. That's funny. I don't know why. Yeah, I honestly, I don't know how people feel about Jerome Powell, but I respect him. You know, I respect him. Every single time we watch him talk in yo, Peter, what's up? Good morning. Every time I hear Jerome Powell speak in a speech, people are always trying to trap him in his words. People are always trying to get him to say something crazy or volatile or something that could affect the market, and he always stays neutral to the facts. He has integrity. He's honorable with his role. I honestly think Jerome Powell is a respectable man. I think he does his job real well, and he never falls to a media trap, and I love it. And I think he's an honest guy, and so I don't know why Trump like hates him so much. Maybe because he won't bend to his will, which is even more honorable, right? Because Trump can kind of be a bully when it comes to that stuff and push his way through, but I think he's I like Jerome Powell. I don't know. He probably gets a lot of hate because, you know, he's the head of the chair, right? Of the Federal Reserve. And so, like, obviously people are going to hate him. But I think he's honestly a pretty respectable guy. He stays, like, true to the facts. And I like someone who can stick to the facts and not put their opinion in on everything, you know? Trump is crazy, yeah. Yeah, dude, he is crazy. All right, looks like we could potentially break the bottom of the orb. One thing I wanted to see, so after I get this current session back tested minimum of 6 months, okay, once I get that one, I want to see what if I back tested, what if price fails to break orb, fails to break the structure on one side, we enter a position to the other and see how that does. So if it fails to break this side, right, like say if it fails to break, it breaks the orb maybe but doesn't break the structure and breaks back in, we enter on the break back into the orb and we hold to the other side and hopefully even further. I want to see what that back testing looks like. And instead use the bottom of the orb or top of the orb as the support or resistance to enter a long or short and then hold that thing. as long as you can for that day move, right? Because essentially what I'm shooting for on the orb, I'm shooting for that day's move, right? I'm not shooting for like a crazy move. I'm just shooting for like, what is that day gonna do? Is it gonna go up or down that day, right? We have a 50-50 shot of whether price is going up or down. And so I'm trying to catch the move of where price is going for just that day. And so we'll see what it gives us today. But if we can catch, we can catch full day moves, it's really good. But it looks like we actually might, this push down might break us to the downside, which would be if we break the red line, we would potentially break 5-minute structure too. So not only are you breaking 15-minute, you're breaking 5-minute structure also. So kind of nice. There you go. Oh. There we go. All right, did my good morning post. Okay. Looks like 5-minute wants to break the orb down here. Let's see if we get an orb break. I'm not saying I'm going to take a short, but I'm just going to get my my stuff set up. So just in case if it does break, I kind of know where my stop loss will be. I kind of know where all that stuff. So then I just have to press a button. Okay. Okay, we're getting everything kind of set. All right, that might be, we'll see how that position size is enough. So right now, if we did break this red line and break the orb, we could potentially attack the previous day high and previous week close down here and the previous week high. So kind of sweep some of those previous week liquidity, and then hopefully it'll flip maybe tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. Like I say, it's actually bouncing off the bottom of the orb now. Okay. All right, almost everything's ready. So if we do break to the downside, I'm ready. I'm ready to execute on everything. Because I have 3 accounts across everything. I might honestly, I've been thinking about like dropping down to just 1 account. Or 2, I mean 2. The prop firm and the 501 mil. Because doing 3 is like kind of hard. But We'll see. How are you guys feeling for this week? With what you're seeing on the higher time frames, on like the day time frame and the week time frame, how are you guys feeling? Do you think maybe the bottom's in? I want to know what you guys are kind of processing through. Because I know some of you are very smart and really good traders. So, what are you guys thinking? Are you guys thinking that maybe the bottom's in and we're going to start seeing some bullish momentum to the upside? Maybe Bitcoin starts heading back to, 90K, 100K. How are you guys feeling? What are you guys seeing on the charts? What are you guys reading? Or sentiment wise, how are you guys feeling? You know what we could check here? Actually, we got 4.5 minutes until this candle closes. Let's go to CoinMarketCap real fast. I want to check the kind of market sentiment real fast. So it's definitely Bitcoin season. We're sub $3 trillion market cap on the crypto market cap, 2.74 trillion. And fear and greed index has gone up quite a bit. Quite a bit. We hit red. When was this? April 9th. April 9th, I think, was our lowest. We're at like 15. I think we're lower than that. We were lower than that, I think. I could be wrong, but we were really low on the fear and greed index. I see 15 on here. What about this day? March 10th was 15, 19, 18. So yeah, we were really deep. Now we're at 34, and the fear and greed index seems to be shifting back, back to maybe a little bit more neutral. Bitcoin's market cap is sub 2 trillion. We're at $1.731 trillion. Ethereum is sub 200 billion. XRP is sub 130 billion. Still, I'm surprised XRP is still holding this well, because XRP usually has pretty volatile swings, and I feel like they haven't been super volatile in this market. Solana 71 billion. Sucks to see Solana that low. I want to see Solana back to over 100 billion, which I think it will get back there. So I'm excited to see maybe this week and maybe May you see sentiment shift in the market and get back to kind of normal bullish momentum, hopefully, that we were hoping for in 2025. Right? It's supposed to be the bull market. I'll tell you this year did not go at all how I thought it. Do you hold any alts? I hold a little bit. Honestly, I'm honestly shifting away from alts and kind of going more just stablecoin, and then trading stablecoin on like futures trading. So honestly, like I'm kind of shifting all my holdings from holding things for long terms and just putting it into my trading. So really, I don't really hold much of anything anymore. P2P says, just taking it day by day, but would still love to see 72K before July. I would too. I wouldn't mind a one last final dive, My ideal target, like the perfect scenario, would have been $69,000 Bitcoin, right? We had that support zone there. I don't know if we'll actually get 69K, but yeah, we didn't even tap 72. I think the lowest we went was like 74, right? Which that was like the top of my support. Which it could bounce from there, but I was expecting a little bit deeper. I was expecting a little deeper than what we got. But Bitcoin is breaking structure. I was kind of showing you guys earlier, but Bitcoin is breaking some structure. Let's go back. Let's go look at it real fast on the higher time frames. Is this Bitcoin? Yep. Like Bitcoin is breaking, so it broke weekly structure, right? We had this kind of weekly high here, broke that. And then we have this daily high, like here, we broke these highs. And then the next one to kind of be this one here, breaking above that, which it's testing right now. So we'll see what it does, but it looks like Bitcoin is going to start breaking all this daily structure here, this ranging structure here, and start attacking these higher highs. But yeah, like P2P said, we take it candle by candle, right? I've learned not to get stuck in a bias. I've learned that I think this last year and also even this year, don't get stuck in that bias. Take it candle by candle. Let the candles tell you where it wants to go. Let the candles tell you what it's going to do. And then you act accordingly, right? Okay, looks like we'll range a little bit more into this orb. Might not get that short that I was expecting. I'm going to delete this stuff. And honestly, since this failed, we probably are going to go to the upside now. Is my guess. And we have day liquidity up here, previous day liquidities above us to target. So either way, we're good. Like for me, either way we go, we're good. We're targeting liquidity and we have stuff to target. So I don't care if we go long or short today. I mean, I never really care. Let's see. All right, 0.05. Let's put it there and then. All right. And basically, I take the same exact position on all three accounts. Bitcoin over here, Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin on my weeks count, and then micro Bitcoin futures on my prop firm. So it's a little different over there, a little bit different kind of like chart, but it's pretty much the same thing. Just micro Bitcoin. I really want to get my prop firm account funded already. I still have a ways to go, but I really want to get that thing funded. I would like to ideally get it before June. And that's like the whole mentorship thing I'm doing. They help you get funded. They help you, you know, do all that stuff. So I'm excited. We're already into week 2 of this mentorship I've been going through. So I'm excited how it's gonna do. Hey, buddy. Good morning. Good morning, babe. Hello. Yeah. I think if this one fails, We might range quite a long time today. But it looks like, oh, it looks like I actually might. All right, we're in the 56 seconds left. Let's see. All right, let's just make sure we're not risking too much or too little. Okay. It broke out of the orb, but didn't break our thing yet. All right, 17 seconds. All right, first entry of the day. All right. Sure everything's lined up. Make sure this is to 2R. Okay. That's right on the entry. Oh, wait. Getting everything lined up. Everything's lined up. Yep, everything's lined up. We broke 15-minute structure. What time is it? 7:17. So we just got a new 15-minute candle too. Nice. 15-minute candle broke structure to the upside too. So we'll see how this plays out. Stop loss is at the other end of the orb. We will take some profit at the day highs up here, like 20% TPs. Oh shoot, I missed some chat. Slayer said, I have a 4-figure amount invested on alts and I'm holding for 1 year now, and alts are not going as planned. I think that maybe if I sell everything and use the amount to trade, I can get more money, but I also think that maybe I'm gonna sell at the worst time. I'll regret selling right before the pump. I'm waiting for a whole year. Yeah, that's true, because you know, also like with your trading, right, you could also lose it all, right? Just like you could with alts, but if you're trading, you could also lose that money too, right? So, you know, I think if you're willing to wait, I think it'd be, I don't know. That's a hard one. It's really honestly preference. No, you're good. No worry about the paragraph. It's honestly preference. Like you could potentially, you know, sell it. You're gonna sell it, I'd say, at the worst time, right? Like this is, you know, a really bad time to sell your alts. And you could go trade it, but then also with your trading, right, you could go lose it all. Where with alts, depending on your alts, right, they could be a little bit more safe in that spot holding. Yeah, here we go. Let's see if we get a winner. Let's see, Peter. Let's see if we get a winner today. We're kind of following the new tweaks to the strategy. And usually Monday gives us a pretty good move too. Once it breaks that orb, we've seen other Mondays that really give us good moves. So I'm hoping today we can get a good move, kick off our week strong, kick off our week. I think honestly, this week, if by Wednesday we're up in profit, I don't even know if I'll trade Thursday, Friday, because honestly, Thursday, Friday has historically not been a good trading day for me, actually, which is kind of funny because before it used to be Monday, and now Friday and like Thursday are not good trading days for me. So if we're up by Wednesday and we're like up good profits, you know, maybe we make $100 this week. I would love to just be like, all right, you know, let's watch the market. We're going to be very picky if we decide to trade later this week. Super picky, you know, but we'll see how it goes. The thing I would love to see is that this 5-minute candle closes in profit and we don't have to sit in drawdown. That's what I would love to do. I would love to not sit in drawdown today. You know, that would be real nice. All right. That's nice. That when you see those little pushes, that means we're sweeping some liquidity back here, right? That's what you want to see. You want to see now the fact that we're breaking these highs. You want to see it not be like slow. You want to see it be pretty aggressive here. You don't want it to be like slow moving now. Let me get my TP ready. We'll take a 20% at the first blue line and then another 20% at the second blue line and then a 50% at the 2R. And then once we hit 2R, we will not take any TPs and we will just have a trailing stop loss. And hopefully we can catch a big move today. And hopefully that this keeps, you know, pushing up to the previous day highs up here. We're right now above our previous session high. Okay. And I want to see it hold above this session high and keep pushing up, upwards. Let's go. You know, I think the reason why we're winning so far today is because Slayer subbed. That's why. That's why we're having a good day today. Slayer subbed. Oh. And if this trades, if we can hit 2R, we'll make about $80 on this trade. If we can hit 2R. So that'd be a great way to kick off the week. That'd put us at $460-ish in the account. Because right now we're kicking off the morning at $389 in our trading account. I'm so grateful that we're not sitting in drawdown. I'm so grateful we're not sitting in drawdown today. Again, anybody watching, if you're watching on X, I recommend go check out our YouTube and Twitch. You're going to get a much better live streaming experience. And if you sub right now on Twitch, you will get 2-time entries or like an additional entry on our giveaways that we're hosting, which we have one coming up on Saturday. We're giving away $800 to 8 people. Or no, we're giving away $800, $100 to 8 people. And if you want to add a bonus to your giveaway entry, Twitch sub, be a Twitch sub, and join our Discord. We're going to have a webinar this Saturday, and where I'm going to teach you guys market structure, the importance of it, how to read it, why I mark out, you know, certain highs and lows, and why I consider those important structure. And then we'll do like from different time frames too. So, oh. Did we just get a sub? Let's go. Bulletproof Dean with the sub. Let's go. Let's go. Another sub. That's 2 for the day, man. Monday started off great. But yeah, this weekend we have our giveaway. So if you're a Twitch sub, you get an additional entry. You just make sure your Discord's attached to your Twitch, or your Twitch account is attached to your Discord account, and it auto gives you the role. So then your auto entry, you get the entries. Let's go. Another one. All right. Dude, Monday's starting off great. I'm loving Monday. Okay, with this momentum, the way I'm seeing on this candles, we should hit these blue lines at least. At least hit these blue lines. I think if we hit these blue lines, I'll probably move my stop loss up to break even, just to lock in that profit. But I'm gonna wait until we hit the blue lines. Once I unlock members on like YouTube, we'll also do the same thing for YouTube members. So if you want to be a YouTube member, we'll also add that so you can get the YouTube member role and like have an additional entry and stuff like that too. Showing some love, man. I love it. I really appreciate it, Bulletproof Team. Like, seriously. That's why I'm like, if you guys sub, I want you guys to get back your money essentially of what you sub. Like, pretty much however many subs we have right now on the giveaway, if all those guys won, like you're getting basically, you did a $5 investment, you're getting $100 back. So I'm hoping like I can give back to you guys. So like these subs you guys do really is like you get your money back. All right, guys, I'm loving what I'm seeing. I think we're getting close to these blue lines now. I want to see if this displacement and this like momentum behind these candles are really good for us. Really looking good. I just got the Discord road. Let's go. Yeah, just connect your Twitch to your Discord, and yeah, it should auto do it. That's why I'm kind of like, I used to do the UID submissions, but honestly it's like really hard. So like if people could Twitch sub, it just auto does it, and like then I don't have to do the form and like the UIDs and like all that form you guys have to do. It gets all complicated and like weird. So if you guys just like Twitch sub, it makes it really easy, because the Twitch and Discord, the way they link, it just auto gives you rolls. So you don't have to wait for me. All right, we're almost to previous day high, or not previous day. We're almost to a day high. We're above the previous day high. Previous day high is down. Where is previous day high? Right here, way down here. So we're almost to a day high that from like a couple weeks ago, which is good that we're sweeping this liquidity up here. This could be a really, really good day for us, man, if it continues sweeping up this way. But it's looking beautiful. I'm really liking this new tweaks to strategy. Like we've only been doing I've been doing 2 months of back testing, but in regards to live trading, it's only been we're on week 2 of this new tweak, and so far every trade with the new tweak has been a winner. We've won all last week, got back some of our losses, and we are starting this week off hopefully with a winner. You know, I'm hoping that we can at least tap this day high, move our stop loss to break even, and then we just lock in, you know, a dub today on Monday. And what I've learned in the back testing is like, don't move the stop loss too soon. Like let this, once it breaks, usually it plays out. Sometimes it can take a little bit longer than you hope, but like giving it the space to move around is what makes the strategy work. But I don't think we'll really need that today. Today, I think it's going to just be kind of like quick to our TPs and stuff. I don't know about 2R. We'll see how it reacts when we hit these day highs, but there could be a lot of liquidity up here that actually shoots us through 2R, but we'll see how it reacts. Discord DM. Let me check it right now, Beard. Oh my gosh. Beard. Bro, that's so good. And is price above VWAP in that? Or is that the EMA? What's the 100-day EMA? 99? Dang. Dang. That's so good. Dude, Beard gets some crazy trades, dude. If you hit your trade, it's gonna be over for the day. Are you gonna wait for the price to go back down on the orb? No. So if we hit this, and if we hit our 2R, we'll then trail our stop loss. I'm not gonna close it up here or close it here. We just take TPs, and then I'll trail my stop loss. So basically, the only way this trade closes is if we get stopped out in profit. And then we ride it as long as we can. If this trade can stay open all the way till tomorrow, then so be it. Then we have a trade open until tomorrow market open. If the trade gets closed, you know, right after we hit TPs, that's okay too. But yeah, usually with the trading strategy, you only get one trade a day. You're not getting really multiple trades a day. So yeah, we'll probably be done after this. And if anything, we'll just be managing the trade throughout the day, moving our stop losses up with it, you know, things like that. So, okay, we're almost to that blue line. I would love to be able to hit that TP, get a little bit locked in, and move our stop loss up to break even. And then basically this is a winner. Very, very close. Almost to our blue line. Oh my gosh. I think once we hit that blue line, we'll see a little correction here, which will hopefully give us a 15-minute strong high, or strong low, I mean, sorry, that we can move our stop loss to. I'm hoping we can get a little TP before we see a correction, but whatever. Honestly, with this momentum, I'm fine with riding this out. Honestly, usually Slayer, when price kind of pushes like this, it doesn't usually come back to the orb. Sometimes it will, but what I found is that when you get these strong pushes off the orb like this, it usually doesn't really come back to the orb. It usually kind of just will give you that day move and give you a new furthering the structure for higher time frames. I'm gonna zoom in just so we can get a better, closer look here. See, the 15 minute probably looks amazing right now. Yeah, dude, that 15-minute looks so good. All right, we got close to our TP. Might have to wait one more 5-minute candle. What we might do, Slayer, is if this trade hits the 2R, and then we're just kind of managing it. We'll probably do some back testing today, further back testing on the strategy. Maybe try to complete another half a month or something, and then just call it. And then I'll probably just set up some Discord alerts. So that's like one of the benefits. If you have the Twitch roles, you'll get my trading view alerts. So I'll set up my trading view alerts so you guys will then know when my trade gets stopped out. You guys will know. So if the trade goes on post the stream, like if we're just in it all day, I'll keep an alert on my stop loss. So then if we get stopped out, you guys will know when the trade closes. All right, let's see if this next 5-minute candle will give us a little push up here. And hit that day high. Let me see something. That 1 hour candle, dude, is... Yeah, there's literally like... There's some highs to left here, over here. But, we'll see if we can... Fake out? I don't think so. I don't think so. Not with when you kind of like look at the 15-minute, right? This is a strong candle, right? This isn't like a weak candle when you look at the 1 hour. 1 hour potentially. What time is it? So we have about 30 minutes left in this. Let's see the 30-minute time frame. Like look at 30-minute candle. On these a little bit higher time frames, it's looking pretty good. I don't think we're seeing a fake out here. If I start seeing, I might try to lock in at the previous session high, maybe some profits, like maybe tighten up the stop loss, but I don't. I kind of want to stick to the strategy here. I kind of want to just let it play out, let it go, and like let it do its thing. I don't want to rush it because every time I rush it, I actually ruin the whole thing and actually would have hit my TP and all that stuff. So I just want to kind of like let it do its thing and like let it play out, because I don't think I'm seeing things yet that says like, oh no, it's done at all. Like this move right here, this displacement to the upside, this momentum is really good. Like nothing is showing me that it's weak. So if nothing on the charts is telling me that I should close the trade, right? Nothing's telling me that it's going the opposite direction. Why close it, right? Now, if it has a pullback, that's normal, right? Price can't only go up always, right? So pullbacks are normal. Pullbacks really are what separate the really good traders from the bad traders, right? A bad trader, like how I used to be and how I still kind of am struggling with, is like a bad trader would say, it's pulling back. Oh, I need to close it. I need to close it out. A good trader says, hey, this is a normal pullback. I think we're still going to be targeting liquidity that's above us. Let's hold this out. Let's let the trade do what it needs to do. And we assessed our risk. We know what we're risking. And we're willing to risk that. Let's let it play out. All right. No, not right now. Stop loss won't be moved until we hit the key levels. So one of these blue lines. Once we hit one of these blue lines, I'll be open to moving my stop loss to break even. But it has to hit the key levels first. Because right now we're not at a key level for me. We have to hit the blue lines. And then once we hit those, we can move up. But yeah, nothing right now is telling me that our momentum has been lost. So I'm still willing to ride this thing. Right? And that's why I like to say, like, don't get stuck in a bias, right? Don't get stuck in something you want it to happen. Let the candles tell you what it's doing, right? And so for me, these candles tell me it wants to go up, right? There's no crazy wicks on this candle. There's no crazy, like, there's fair value gaps to the upside. There's breaks of structure. These structures to our left here, we're above the previous session high. You know, we're almost pushing to day highs. So for me, everything's telling me hold this trade. It's probably going to go further. You said at the Sol could be an all-day runner. Yeah. You said at the start of the stream that you have 3 accounts that you trade at the same time. What do you mean by that? Do you trade BTC on all of these? Yes. Yeah, so I have the 500 to 1 mil account. So this one only has $500 in it, right? And we're trying to trade it up to a $1 million. And this is a copy trading account. Then on the left screen that I have over here, I have my prop firm account that I'm trying to get my evaluation done on, which is trading micro Bitcoin futures. So it's Bitcoin, but a little different. And then I have my third account, which is my weeks account, which has my larger pool of stable coins. And that trades at a risk management of 2% per trade. And that also has a copy trading account on it. So people can copy trade me on 2 of my accounts. And the 501 mil is the very risky one. We risk about 10% a trade, where the weeks account, we only risk 2% a trade. So basically I'm trying to offer 2 options for people who would like to copy trade me, a less risky option and then a riskier option with the higher potential reward, right? So yeah, those are my 3 accounts. So prop firm and then 2 copy trades. Let's see the 15-minute. So this one, okay, whatever this candle closes is how that 15-minute closes. There we go. I'm hoping the next 15 minutes after this 15-minute candle closes. So basically by the hour, or in the hour at 8 a.m., we can hit these areas of interest for me. I would really love that. All right, minute and a half until this 5-minute closes, and we'll get a new 15. So once this candle closes, we'll check on what the 15-minute looks like. All right, 30 seconds, and then we'll check on how that 15-minute candle looks. Yeah, today it looks like it might be running to the upside today. We might see a good run to the upside and continue that bullish momentum. That's what Beard was kind of saying. He said Sol could be an all-day runner. So let's see that 15-minute. Not bad. I would like to see the 15 continue that push, but not bad at all. It's not good when like basically that 15-minute candle engulfs, right? So it pushes, then engulfs. That's when you kind of see like the 1 hour looks like a wick, a crazy wick, right? Now it still potentially could, you know, engulf this, but I don't see. Yeah, we could in these 5 minutes come test some of these fair value gaps down here. You know, maybe even go as deep as testing some of these fair value gaps, but I think that's kind of like what this little pullback was. I think we're gonna continue that momentum. Oh. Oh. Could be a little bit slower until we hit those TPs. And right now where our stop loss is at, right? Our stop loss is at the orb low, but then also on like the 5 minute, and I think the 15. Yeah, our stop loss is at a strong low. So like, if price came all the way back down to our stop loss, that means it's probably gonna have a big move to the opposite direction. But it's very unlikely at this point that we would have our stop loss hit, right? Especially with this kind of structure that's been forming, right? We're continuing the bullish momentum. You know, consolidating into the consolidating in the holiday. That's kind of funny. And then continuing that momentum on Monday. So it's unlikely that we would come back down to my stop loss. And so the probabilities are in my favor, but doesn't mean that it can't do that, right? Because it can do anything that it wants, and we've seen price do that. Okay, it's tapping into this fair value gap here. I want to see what it kind of does here. And I would like it to respect it and not like inverse it. Ideally. Because right now there's a 15-minute fair value gap here, right? So this 15-minute candle could be testing this fair value gap and then hopefully respecting it, but we'll see, right? We still got a lot of time in this candle. All right, 13 seconds. This 5-minute candle will be finished. Let's see what this does here. Now, the one thing that would push me to close this trade is if we came back down and closed in the orb. If we close in the orb, I would probably close this trade. If we have a candle closure inside the orb, I'll probably close the trade out and then wait to see if we get another bullish signal or if we come back down all the way to the other end of the orb and then get a trade on that end. So we'll see if we get that. We're getting kind of close to, like, we're coming back to test the previous session high. We're coming to, you know, after this big push, we're having a little correction, right? So, like, I don't want to rush it and you know, not let it do its normal thing, doing normal price action and price structure. And so, but if it does close, if the candle closes inside the orb, I would be open to closing this position out and waiting for another signal. Because what I've found with the strategy is if it closes back inside the orb, it typically goes to the other end. It does typically go to the other end. And the reason why I have the stop loss is just in case that there's some really crazy movement, like a really crazy move, it's there to protect us. I will never open a trade without a stop loss. Because there's that chance that it could run like crazy. And if I don't have a stop loss, you know, you can't like get the price back up. You want that there to protect you, just in case the price decides to go crazy and have a crazy move down. So I will always put a stop loss. Okay, did we tab the session high? We barely missed it. We got pretty close. But I'm interested to see what this session high should act as like a support for us. So I'm glad we have that. We have this session high here. So this should act as a support. But if it flips and acts as a resistance, that would be a good signal potentially that if we go to the other end of the orb and get that break of structure, that we'd actually have a really good short if this ended up failing and not hitting our key areas. Because remember, we're trying to catch that day move. But still, honestly, I'm not seeing anything that tells me that we're not done with this bullish momentum. I'm still not really seeing anything that tells me that. Let me go to the 15-minute real fast. I'm going to move my structure up. So basically, if we came down to orb and broke orb, we can enter. If it came back into the orb into the other end, we could enter a short. Yeah, it looks like that. I'm watching the 15-minute on my the prop firm account, and it looks like the 15 minutes kind of respecting that big fair value gap. The next two 5-minute candles will kind of tell us what it does. If we can get this 5-minute candle to kind of bounce and then another one to kind of push and break these highs here, then you know that that 15-minute candle respected the fair value gap. I'm liking what I'm seeing. There we go, 50 seconds. I just caught my dog eating a candle. What are you doing? All right, I'm liking this 5-minute candle. Once this 5-minute candle closes, I'm gonna go run and grab my dog's bed real quick. But I'm liking what I'm seeing right now. And we'll have a good place. Hopefully, if price here pushes up and then taps our stop losses, we'll have a good place to put our trailing stop loss at, which would potentially be a 15-minute strong high or strong low. I keep saying high, strong low. Perfect. All right, I'm gonna be right back. All right, I'm liking what I'm seeing. This candle still has a lot of time to go, but so far it's looking good. So far it's looking good. I really wanted to break this. We like to get good confirmation. We want to a candle closure above that red line. That kind of means it's continuing that bullish structure on the 5-minute. And if we can break above that red line and have a candle closure above that red line, we're probably almost definitely going to hit our day highs that are right there, and then our 2R. It's probably pretty good signal there. All right, let's see. This 5-minute candle will tell us where the 15-minute closes. So come on, give us that push up. That'd be really nice. All right, 2.5 minutes on this. This candle's kind of very important of what's gonna happen next. There we go. All right, 2 minutes on this candle. The last minute is the really important minute, because even though it looks good right now, that last minute could really say nope. That last minute of those 5-minute candles are like that. That's like the dream crushing minute, or the dream like pushing minute. Like it gets you all hyped up. So far, everything's looking good, though. There we go. All right, 1.5 minutes here. Which time frame do you think is, on average, the most profitable for a good trader? On what time frames are the big traders trading? Honestly, it's preference. Like, I know some of the world's best traders never go below like the 4-hour. I know some of the world's best traders scalp the 1 minute. It's really kind of like, I don't think there's a perfect time frame. There's not like the best. It's all based on how you are as a trader. So if you can handle the 1 minute, if it works with your model you're creating, your strategy you're creating, then use the 1 minute. If the 4-hour works for you, use the 4-hour. Right? So like and also it kind of depends on your life. Like, can you sit like I am at a chart screen and watch the 5-minute candles, or do you have a job that doesn't allow you to watch the charts? Like, you can't sit and watch a 5-minute chart. Like, you're forced to be on a higher time frame. If so, that means you're probably forced in your hand to go to a higher time frame so you can have way more slower you know, you're not nervous of what's happening every 5 minutes. You're focusing on what's happening every 4 hours. That's way easier, right? So it all depends on your life. It all depends on like what you can do and handle, what your psychology can kind of handle, and so on and so forth. So like I would say there's no perfect time frame. Like use the one that works for you in your life. Okay, this is perfect. Let me show you the 15-minute time frame. That looks amazing. Respected this fair value gap, pushing up. I'm hoping now we can break that red line next. That's the next kind of target. Get a 5-minute above that red line. Yeah, Slayer. I wouldn't say there's like a best time frame, because I listened to podcasts with some of the best traders in the world and in the history of trading. Honestly, a lot of what I found is the really, really good traders, like the ones that are doing the hedge funds and like trading with billions of dollars, they trade on like higher time frames. Like they trade on like 4 hour a day. And they just watch for like those bigger moves, and they're trying to hold like the big moves and stuff. But also I've heard of guys who, I've heard of guys that do like the 30-second, 15-second time frame. Which to me, that's psychotic. You're just trying to like kill yourself. Like for me, the 1 minute I think is crazy. For me personally, I like the 5-minute. It's fast where like it moves pretty quickly, but then also it's not so fast that I'm like tweaking out and trying to keep up. Like 5 minutes to me is very, very comfortable. I really like the 5-minute. Even the 3-minute, when we were doing the 3-minute, even that for me is like pretty quick. It's pretty fast. But to me, I really like the 5-minute a lot for my entries. Like mixing the 5 and the 15, I really like those. That's just, it works with my lifestyle. It works with my psychology. I know it well. I know how to watch it and read it. And so yeah, that's just how it works for me. And the things that I show you can work on higher time frames too. So not actually, the orb, the orb strategy is kind of stuck to a lower time frame, because you're in that 15-minute opening range. Now maybe if you jumped up to the 30-minute opening range and then jumped up to like 15-minute entries, that's a little slower, but yeah. Got it. 5-minute. Yeah, I like the 5-minute a lot. It's honestly I think my favorite time frame. Now, if I was doing spot investing, like spot trading, like you were talking about your altcoins, spot trading, I'm doing like 4-hour a day week. Maybe the lowest time frame I go down to is the 1 hour for my entries. But like if I'm doing spot trading, yeah, I'm gonna go to those higher time frames. All right, let's see if we can get that break above the red line. If we can get that break above the red line, I'd be super stoked. Oh. All right, let's see what we got on the hour time frame. See, that candle's good, dude. That's a good 1 hour candle. Like, I don't think there's any reason to close that thing. Yeah, I think today's gonna be a little bit of a runner. I think we're gonna get a good trade today. could be wrong. It could fail, but that 1 hour candle, I really like that 1 hour candle. Yeah, I think today we're gonna get a good trade. When was your first stream? My first stream ever? Is that what you mean? Like my very first stream? Shoot, my very first stream. I don't even know. I'd have to look on YouTube. I think they were all on YouTube. Maybe the first one was on X? I don't know. I'd have to look. It was last year, like early last year. I think I'm almost at my 1 year mark. I think it was like March. I could be wrong. Maybe it was May. But we're almost hitting our 1 year mark of streaming. Yeah, I'm really liking this price action right now. I'm really liking this price action. I see no reason to get too eager to like tighten up my stops or anything like that. It's looking, I think it's looking really good. I also love that when we came back down to the previous session high, it pushed, it didn't like play around. So like at this previous session high, I don't want it to play around here. I want it to like kind of keep running away. If it starts coming back down to this previous session high and playing around at the previous session high, then I might be willing to be like, all right, maybe it's not going to give us the day highs here. Maybe that was it. Maybe that was it today, you know, which could be the case, but I'm not seeing that on the higher time frames, like the 1 hour. It looks like we're going to get something a little bit. On YouTube, the first one was 10 months ago. Okay, so that was probably May. My first stream then was probably May. Yeah. Oh, dude, I would have to go back and look at those first streams. They're probably terrible. Oh my gosh, they're probably so bad. So bad. That's when I was a rookie. That was probably when I was trading on Jupiter Exchange, paying ridiculous fees. I was paying so much in fees, dude. So much in fees. That was a learning lesson, dude. I don't love that price is now pushing back down here. I don't love that. On Blowfin's like $5, $10 a trade. Not much. Very good fee structure. On Jupiter Exchange, when I started trading futures, I was using a place called Jupiter Exchange. I was paying Jupiter and Flash. I was paying to open a position, to just open a position, not close it, not profit, not nothing. It was almost $300 to just open a position. It was stupid. Oh, P2P's short. P2P's going short on us. Yeah, it was crazy. It was a learning lesson for sure. When you and the homie are going opposite directions on your trades, it's like, who should be right? Oh no. He's P2P shoot for 86. 86K. Oh, what would that be? It's like down here. Yeah, with this momentum to the upside, it's the fact that this should have kept pushing and not kind of like playing around here. We're starting to play around. All right, so now the candles are giving me a better context of what's going on right here, right? The candles are kind of showing me like maybe the momentum to these day highs are not as strong as we thought, right? Maybe this is not as strong as a move as we thought it was going to be. We'll see what happens here, but Yeah, I would have liked to see that the 5-minute already break this red line. I don't like that it's kind of playing around here. How much time is left? Okay, this 5-minute will tell us where the next 15-minute candle closes. More of a multi-day swing trade though. My stop loss is way up past all your TP levels. Yeah. Okay, so you're doing like a swing trade here. But the candles are kind of showing weak momentum right now. They're not really like this was looking good. This like kind of little retracement, right? And then this push. But the fact that the candles aren't like kind of continuing that momentum, I don't love that. And the 15-minute is kind of pushing into the fair value gap rather than respecting it. So that first 15-minute candle, right? This one tapped into this fair value gap and wicked off. But this one's coming back into it and kind of I would want to see it wick off again and kind of respect the fair value gap even more. I was kind of hoping this next 15-minute would be the push to break the red line at least. And maybe even tap those TPs, but maybe it might take a little bit longer. We'll see. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. I'm liking this. If these next 2 minutes, if we can continue just kind of pushing up a little. I'm not asking for a lot, but if we just have it be a bullish candle pushing up, maybe even engulfing this candle here, that'd be great. Because that means that 15-minute candle kind of pushed back outside the fair value gap. Respecting that fair value gap again. All right, 1.5 minutes left on this 5-minute. Let's see where it goes down here. I'm trying to be very patient here. Very patient, not rush anything. Just kind of let it do its thing. It's like our saying is, right? Patience is profit. We can be patient through it, let it do its thing, hopefully make us a winner. But honestly, what I'm open to potentially doing now, the fact that this is kind of failing and even potentially gonna break this, I might move my stop loss up just to like break even. So yeah, I don't like this 15-minute candle at all. Yeah, I don't like this one at all. 20 seconds. Yeah, I'm gonna move my stop loss up just outside this fair value gap. I don't like this 15-minute candle. Look at this. It's like a big engulfing candle to the downside. I'm not liking it. That stinks. Yeah, I put my stop loss just outside this wick. And it should, if it is going to continue the momentum to the upside, it shouldn't break that, and it should kind of hold that. And we're right outside this fair value gap here on the 5-minute. So we'll see what happens here. If we get stopped out, it's pretty much a break-even trade. We're not really making money on this trade. But I'd rather it be a break-even trade than a losing trade, right? And we can reassess as price, if it does stop us out and it begins pushing into the orb, we can reassess on whether it's going to go to the other end or if it's going to continue the momentum to the upside. But I don't like, the reason why I'm willing to move it is because this 15-minute candle here. I don't like that 15-minute candle. We respected the fair value gap, and then immediately after respecting, we pushed back into it. I don't like that. And this 5-minute, right, pushed, made a lower high, pushing. And if it doesn't hold this and breaks this structure to the downside, then it's probably meaning it's going to continue on and probably break into the orb. But we'll see what it does here. A bull pennant would be nice. Yes, it would be. But again, we do have the 1 hour. Remember, we do have this 1 hour candle that's looking pretty solid. Right? With a good, hopefully it makes a fair value gap here. Right? That'd be nice. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. But every position I have open, I've moved my stop loss up a little bit, so they're all locking in that break even at least. So, but it looks like actually what we're getting here is pretty good. Hopefully it can continue that momentum up. And honestly, what I'm seeing is potentially a double bottom, right? A double bottom here that could then push us up further again. So like 2 equal lows. All right, I'm loving this right here. This is good. Fair value gap on the 30-minute is still good. Sweet. Thank you, P2P. Let's see the 30-minute real quick. Let's go check it out. Ah, I see. So 30-minute here made a little fair value gap, and the fair value gap's still open. So that's looking good. Yeah, this is like the kind of momentum I want to see, right? I want to see it powerful. I don't want to see it playing around. I want to see it be aggressive. Especially on a Monday, all right? Mondays are typically our volatile day. Very aggressive move one way or the other. Sometimes Mondays can be a little bit more consolidation of a day, but usually they're pretty aggressive moves that give us a good move in one direction and then kind of set the tone for the week. And then the week will kind of potentially correct from that move or continue the move, right? Yeah, I'm liking this. This is looking really good. I would love to see it break, have a candle closure above this right there. If I can hold that closure, I would love that. And then the next one, we'll move that red line back up to this one. And then I'd love to see it hold that one too. Yes. Dude, it might break both structures here. 3, 2, 1. So we broke this one. Now I want to see it break this one. That's a great candle right there. I love that. That gives me some confidence again. Yeah, this is giving me some confidence. This is looking good. I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna move my desk a little bit. I might go make some more coffee too. What I would love to see is this 5-minute make a fair value gap. That'd be pretty good too. Like if this could make a fair value gap right here, showing some good displacement, that'd be awesome. Like good like confluences for the trade. Stop loss is like right at the wick now. I'm gonna move all the stop losses right to that wick. Locking in a tiny bit more. So I think now we'd make like a dollar or something. Like it would not be a lot, but just making a little bit more profit. I'm hoping that we can get those TPs up above, lock in like a good amount of profit, like maybe $10, $15 at least. And then hopefully we can get a runner. You want to get a runner? You want to get a runner? You want a runner for today? Should we get that running trade? Huh? Huh? Get up. Up. Can you hop up? They want to see you. Come on. Up. Come on. Here. Up. They want to see you. No? You don't want to hop up? Come on. No? Okay. All right, looks like we might get a fair value gap here. Oh, okay. As soon as I talk, it's like, nope. Oh yeah, no. Okay, now we're not. It was looking like it might hold and give us that fair value gap, but now it's not going to give us a fair value gap. All right, no fair value gap there on the 5-minute now. But a minute left in this candle. Come on, give us that break of the red line. You know you want to give it to us. Price wants to give it to us. Price does. What time is it? 8:24. So if it's 8:24, we're about to get a new 15-minute. I like that 15-minute. Okay, new 5-minute. Let's see what we get here. So this 5 minute would give us our next 15. I'm really hoping we can break this red line in this candle here. I would love it if this candle could finally give it to us. We've been waiting patiently. It's been 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 minutes. Come on, we've been patient enough. 40 minutes. Give it to us. Oh shoot, we've been streaming for 2 hours already. Copper, come here. Come here. It's chilly out here, bro. It's chilly out in my garage today. Yesterday was like a beautiful day. Yesterday was like a super nice day. On Easter was beautiful. It was like 74. Oh shoot. We just got a big person on our space. All right, I'm liking this 5 minute. We still got 3 minutes though on it, so I don't want to speak too soon. But so far, the momentum I'm seeing, I'm liking that. Let's see if we can tap that red line on this one. Or if it's going to make us wait even longer. Let's see. How much more of a move would we need for that 2R? Oh. Wait. Oh, it's not letting me do it. Oh, what is going on here? We need about a 1% move. A 1% move to get to 2R. I think we can get that. I think we can get that today. Come on. Come on, Bitcoin. Give us that 1%. That's all we're asking for. We're not asking for a lot, just one. All right. S&P is going down. Okay. We'll see how it plays out today. Maybe it might consolidate a little bit today. Maybe it's not going to be as a good. Maybe it won't give us a good move today. Bitcoin though, Bitcoin's not looking too bad here. Bitcoin honestly looks like it's going to continue this momentum, but because sometimes S&P 500 might go down, but sometimes Bitcoin does do a little bit of the opposite. So we'll see. I don't see any reason yet to close this position or really get aggressive on the stop. So honestly, what I'm seeing is that it actually might give us exactly what we want today. So far with what our current position is targeting. All right, 2, 1. Let's check out the 15-minute candle we just got. Look at that. That's great. To me, that looks pretty solid. 30-minute time frame. 30-minute doesn't look as confidence inspiring, but let's look at the 1 hour. Like that doesn't look to me like it's any momentum slowing, you know? I don't see it. And it looks like the 1 hour in the next 30 minutes could give us a fair value gap. So that'd be really solid. So I'm not seeing signals yet that that Bitcoin will fail this bullish move, but we'll see. Honestly, what I'd have to see is if I think it's gonna fail, it would need to break like this low here, this low right here, which might soon turn into a 15-minute strong low. So, I'm not seeing anything that says that Bitcoin, you know, here was potentially giving me some indication, but now that it's doing this, it's kind of looking more bullish again. Oh, okay. PTP saying he kind of doesn't rely on the S&P 500 confluence much anymore. Here we go. Here we go. We might get that break at the red line. If we can get this break at this red line, I think we're solid for 2R. I really do. I think we are. I think if we break the red line, we're at least going to get one of these blue. But I think we should get the 2R. Because I think if we break above these blue lines, you might see some aggressive movement, because then there's probably some short liquidity, like buy side liquidity above the highs. Here, let me go to the higher time frame. Right, so above these highs to the left, there's going to be buy side liquidity from the shorts. And so if we can break above those blue lines, you should see potentially a pretty aggressive move to the upside, because all the buy orders from shorts that are sitting up there. So if we can tap up above these, we should be able to hit that 2R. We should, in theory. Now remember, we in trading, you deal with probabilities, right? So the probabilities right now are getting closer and closer to our favor, but we need to wait for what the candles tell us, right? We need to be patient and wait for what the candles tell us. I was just interested to see what the S&P was doing. Was surprised how well Bitcoin was doing compared. Yeah. Hey, sometimes you're right, Bulletproof Team, right? Sometimes they follow each other like identical. Like you could put them up next to each other and you'd be like, this is the same chart, right? But sometimes they decide to do opposite things, you know? Yeah, I like to look at it too, of like kind of seeing what is the S&P 500 doing today? What is Bitcoin going to do? Are they going to follow, or are they going to kind of do opposites? All right, so this 5 minutes failing to break that structure. I was really hoping that 5 minute would do it. Oh, wait. 3, 2, 1. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer. Jeez Louise. All right, I'm moving my stop loss up to this low now, because this low made a higher high here on the 5-minute. So I'm just gonna get a little bit more aggressive here, just in case if it decides to flip on us. All right, we'll see. We'll see if this can keep going or if it decides to come down and stop us out. So this actually, if we got stopped out now, we'd actually make a little bit of profit. So we'd actually make a little bit of profit, I think, here. It'd be very small, like maybe $4. I like what I'm seeing on the 15. I just really want to see this 5-minute break that structure. That'll give me a lot of confidence. Oh man, this trade is slow today. Oh, almost 9 a.m. now. Okay. All right, 45 seconds on this 5-minute. So I am seeing on this 5-minute candle, you know, slight market structure shift, right? This candle's breaking this low here. So it's not break of structure, but it's shifting in structure, right? It's shifting that like potential sentiment, right? We would rather see, you know, a shift in sentiment, meaning it continues breaking structure to the upside, some minor structure. But the fact that it's now failing to break this high here and starting to push down again, meaning that it either is going to consolidate here or maybe eventually give us the break or continue to the downside, right? So it's kind of like looking indecisive right now on the charts on a lower time frame, right? On the 5-minute. Now, if you go to like the 15, right? 15 looks clear. It broke structure, corrected back down, potentially pushing up further, right? So, but on the lower time frame, you could potentially get some early signals that's saying, oh, that move might not fit, that might not work, right? All right, there we go. There we go. Hopefully it can break above here. All right, what I think, because this is taking a little bit of time. Oh, wait, no, we still got to take, we'd have to manually take TPs here. Oh, I forgot about that. I want to hit these TPs so we can kind of move on to back testing. I would like to get some back testing done on stream today. But I want to be watching because like at any moment we could just push up to these blue lines. And hit 2R too. And I want to make sure I'm looking so I can take my profits. All right, I'm gonna shift over to some back testing, because I'm gonna let price kind of play around here. I think we're in a comfortable spot that if we get stopped out, we're not losing money. We actually would make a little bit of money, and that means honestly at this point, if we get stopped out, either price would make it eventually down to the other end of the orb, or maybe retest the orb again, and maybe we see what kind of goes on. Maybe we get a move later in the day. In kind of like the PM session, or maybe today just means that today on Monday it's going to consolidate, right? So what I would love to do is for us to get into some back testing further on our trades, on our model that we're on. So where are we? March 1st. Perfect. Friday, March 1st. Okay. And I'm watching. I can see my charts over to the left, so don't worry, I'm monitoring. So if I see it break structure, if I see it doing something, we'll head back over to the charts so we don't miss anything. Okay, let's get this all set up. Okay. All right, we got this 30-minute orb. Let's get the sessions. We're up to 1 hour time frame. Let's get our sessions. So we're in, yep, 6 a.m. and then 1600. Okay, session high right there, and session low right there. Okay, and then we'll go to the day time frame and we grab that day previous high and low, so we know those liquidity points. So previous day high, previous day low, and then we have a day high up here and a day low down there and a day low down here. So those are some targets to focus in on if we decide to move in a direction or not. 15 minute. Okay, let's get this strategy. Let's get this rolling. See what we get here. So on this one, we want to see a break on the 5 minute of the orange line. That's 15-minute structure, and that'd be the direction we go if we decide to break one or the other. So let's see what we get. 5 minute. All right. Okay, so let's go back a candle. We got this short entry, stop loss. Let me see the 15-minute time frame on here. Yeah, I'll put stop loss at this strong high here. This kind of like 15-minute push up and then back. And this is what I mean by like when I want to see a direction, right? This looks good. Push up, test in a fair value gap, and then an aggressive push down. That's what I was hoping to see on, Bitcoin today. But look what it's doing, right? It's not respecting the fair value gap and playing around too much. And now it looks like it's actually going to come back down, and we might get stopped out here. But it's not giving that like here was aggressive, right? Here was a good aggressive push, but now that momentum has completely stopped, and now it looks like it's just consolidating. So now it looks like Bitcoin will just consolidate today, or actually it looks like it might come and stop us out here instead of pushing up further. Just kind of a bummer. With this momentum in the beginning of the day, I was like, all right, good. We're going to get a good trade. It's heading in a clear direction. And now it looks like it's going to play around. Yeah, I think we're going to get stopped out here. This momentum to the downside is pretty aggressive right now on the 5 minute. Yeah, I think it's going to stop us out. Bummer. But it's a small win today. We're still starting the week off with a win, right? We're not starting off with a loss. So it's a small win, but hey, a win's a win. And it still hasn't stopped out yet, so we're still in it. We're still technically in it. It's not completely over. All right, let's go back to the back testing. Okay, so we got our entry, stop loss at the strong high up there. We're gonna go 2R. Okay, we got some liquidity down here. And yeah, let's see what we get here. Let me sell. All right, let's see how this one plays out. See that momentum? See how like it pushed hard. And on the 15 minute, right, it pushed hard. But then look how it's just playing around. All that momentum died. And so this trade's probably not going to work out, which means it's probably going to go to the other end of the orb and then give us a potential trade that way. Okay, that trade lost. So let's see what it gives us here. See if it gives us an entry to the upside. All right, enter right there. Stop loss. Let's go to the 15-minute time frame. I'm just gonna put at the orb low. Let's see how this one plays out. All right, let's see how this one does. Ooh. Okay, a little weird momentum. Okay, let's see if we can get that TP. Take a small TP at that previous day high. See if we can get it. I don't know if it'll let us. Nah, it's not going to let us get the TP. Dang it. Let's see if it'll give it to us. We're supposed to take a 25% TP right there. Okay. We'll take a small TP on that little move. Okay, we'll take another 25 at this day high. Let's see if we get 2R on this move. Can this be what happens today? You know, can we get this today? Can we get this today? I wouldn't mind that. You know, I wouldn't mind a little. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's not get that though today. Oh my gosh. That is terrible. Let's not get that today. See if we get that 2R. Oh wait, are we in the next day? Oh, okay. So stop loss. So let's move it back a little bit. Or actually, hang on. Oh, this was Sunday. Okay. Okay, well, we saw the trade open. We're going to go to the Monday session. Let's see if the trade gets stopped out. Okay, nice. So this is the weekend. It's kind of playing around. The trade was opened up on Friday. We got to hold it through the weekend, and it actually worked out nice for us. So let's go to the 15-minute time frame. And we're going to move stop loss up to a 15-minute strong low after the weekend. Right? And so now we're locked in profit on a long. These guys got swept. It's getting closer to our stop loss now. Dang it. Let's see the 15-minute time frame. That doesn't look good. And we're almost to the 1 hour. A new 1 hour candle. We'll see what happens here. We'll see. I'm really hoping we don't get stopped out. I'm really hoping we catch a good move today on BTC. I'm hoping we can get 2R at least. At least. We haven't had a trade that hit the 2R in a little while. Like at least a week. Or I guess we did have one hit it last week in the beginning. It was like Monday, I think. Monday or Tuesday. So hoping that it can kind of give us a saving grace here and keep pushing. This next 5-minute candle, so not this one, the next one that comes will tell us where the 1 hour candle closes. All right, so we got this one open. All right, so when we start a Monday with our strategy, we got to go from the top down. So we start from a weekly time frame. Like today, that's what I did on my, this is what I did on my analysis. I start from a weekly time frame. And I tap into, you know, when I go here, previous week high, right there. This is let's delete that. Previous week low, which is way down here. Previous week low. And then previous week close. So I mark out these at the start of every Monday. Okay, and I go down to the day time frame. And on the day time frame, I mark out all these lows. Previous day low. Okay, which that could stay. Oh wait, we already marked that one out. Previous day high. Mark that one up there. We got previous week. We'll leave that. We got a day low here. Day lows marked out. All these are good. We're all marked out. Okay. Okay, so our days are marked out. Let's go to our 1 hour time frame. We're going to mark out that weekend session of where our session highs and lows are. And then we'll move this up here too, our orb and our structure markers. All right. Friday to Sunday. Friday. Okay. Our session high right there, and our session low was this guy right there. Perfect. All right, now we're good to mark out the orb. And this is what I do every single morning. To break the downside, I'd want to see basically it break the lowest candle body in this sector here, and then the high. Basically, if it breaks the orb to the upside, we're gonna take that long. We're gonna add to the current long that's open. Okay, let's go to the 5 minute. All right, let's see what we get. Do we get to add to our position? Okay, right. Oh, no, one more. Right there, we broke orb. I'm going to add to my position. And the reason why I'm entering on this break of orb is because there's like no highs here, right? So which means we could just keep running up here. And we already see that there's a lot of bullish momentum, right? So why not? So we're going to enter as soon as it breaks orb, and we're going to add to our current position. Okay. We're going to open up this guy, stop loss at orb low. So I'm going to move my stop loss here to orb low. And then we'll shoot for 2R. So if we hit 2R here, we'll close 50% of that position. Ooh, it's kind of playing around. Looks like we might get 2R here. Ooh, maybe not. There we go, breaking some structure to the upside. There we go. We hit it. All right, so we'll take 50% TP there. Okay, and then we'll go up to 15-minute time frame now and move our stop loss to a strong low. Boom. Stop loss at a strong low. Delete this guy, and now we just let it run. And pretty much we'll go to the next session. Go to start the next session. Okay, we got stopped out. But that was a great trade. That was a really good trade that was open there. Okay, so let's basically do the same thing now. 15-minute. We'd want to see it break this high. Okay, 15-minute to downside. We want it to break this low. We're not stopped out yet on our other position. Let's see. That's the 15-minute candle. I don't love that. And then we have the 1 hour. The 1 hour still doesn't look terrible. And it looks like it's making a fair value gap, so I'm hoping that it pushes. There we go. Not a bad 1 hour candle. I'm interested to see what's gonna happen. Okay, maybe now that we got a fresh 1 hour, maybe now we'll get a push. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Still watching it. If we break this red line, I'll move back over, or if we're getting really close to getting stopped out, I'll move back over. But we'll continue the back testing. We'll continue the back testing. All right. So we got our structure marked out. Okay, we got our orb marked out here. Okay, and now let's mark out, go to the 1 hour time frame. We're going to mark out session highs and lows. There's one session, start, and then what are we on? A Tuesday, so we need right there. So our session high is that guy right there, and then our session low, this guy right there. Okay. And then let's go to the day time frame and get some of those day highs and lows. So previous day high. And then previous day low. And then we get one more day low right there. And we, all right. Okay, let's see what we get here. Let's go on the 5 minute now. All right, that was pretty quick. Take a long position, and stop loss goes at orb low. Let's see if we get a winner here. Oh my. Instantly flips on us, goes to the downside. Okay, let me go back one candle because now we take a short here. And it looks like we're going to target previous session low and more. So let's see what we get. Let's see what we get here. There we go. This looks more promising to the downside, but all right, there we go. We get to take a 25% TP, but it looks like we're about to hit 2R, so we're going to get that 50%. All right, there we go. Get a 50% TP, and then go up to 15-minute time frame, and really no strong low here, so I'm going to just kind of break even. Stop loss is a break even area, and wait to see what this does. Ooh. Price is starting to come down here on our position. No, nothing there. I still want to break that red line. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna get a runner here today. I don't know if we're gonna get what we want. Okay, let's go back to back testing. Still watching it. All right, let's see how this 15-minute time frame does. Or let's just go to the next session, I guess. Okay, got stopped out. Let me actually go back a little bit because we could have moved our stop loss like on this area here. So we're gonna oh, why did I do that? So we can move our, what happened? What? What's going on? There we go. So we're still awake in this. We can move our stop loss down here. And so now when we come to the next session, as you guys know, we'll get stopped out. But I just like to make it faster, so we don't have to sit here and watch the candles go up and down. But we would have moved our stop loss there because that structure broke a lower low, made a strong high there for 15 minutes. So, let's go back a little here. There we go. All right. That was a good trade. Oh, I have a call right now.
Order filled.
Oh, looks like we're about to get stopped out. Let me mute real fast because I have a call to join. Let me mute. All right, I'm back. Okay, we got stopped out. It made only like 10 bucks. But hey, 10 bucks is better than no bucks, right? We started the day off at $389 in the account. We're now at $393.80. So we didn't make a lot of money. We made like $4 after fees. So didn't make a lot, but the fact that this failed and price is rapidly heading to the orb low, maybe we'll get a good move to the downside today. I'm gonna kind of watch this. We've been streaming for 3.5 hours. I might go for like another hour, maybe. We might go a little shorter than that, depending on what happens here. If I get a position open, I might just let it go, and then we'll probably call it for the stream. And I'll set up my notifications on my Discord and stuff, so you guys can get notified in the Discord. I'll keep you guys up to date via the Discord server. But I might call it because I got a meeting later today that I got to go to. Got some content I got to record today in preparation for the 501 mil vlog that's coming out next week. And so I just got some things to do. So I think a 4-hour stream will be solid. And I think by the time, you know, it's done, I think we're about to get an entry on a short here. So, and actually this one might actually be pretty good. Since this one failed, this could be the good move today. That if it pushes, because we can target previous week high and previous day high and previous week close, right? So there's a lot of liquidity down here to target. And look at, if you're looking at like the power of 3, consolidation, manipulation, distribution, right? So we'll see, right? We'll take it candle by candle. If it gives us the entry, we'll take it, and we'll see how it plays out today. If not, today could be pretty lame. Today could be a pretty boring day on the charts. So I'm glad I was a little aggressive with the position. So across everything, we made $10 on this position. We made $115 on the prop firm. And we made $116 in our week's account. So we made a little bit of money today. Nothing crazy, but made a little bit. About $200. You know, $200 a day keeps the doctor away. So not bad. Hey, I'm just happy to have a green day, you know. Sorry about the call. Let me close that now. Sorry about the call. I totally forgot we had a call today. But we're doing 2 spaces a week now. And so my schedule has gotten pretty busy. On top of the mentorship and all that stuff. So, oh yeah, and I got to do all the mentorship stuff today. Yeah, we're going to have to close out the stream in about... we'll close it out when we hit like the 4-hour mark. So about 20 minutes. About 20 minutes we'll close it out. Like 10:30, I'll say 10:30. 10:30 we'll close out stream. But I think we're about to get an entry potentially. We'll see. And all we need is the break of the orb, okay? Because if you look at the 15-minute time frame, right, we have this low here that pushed up to make this higher high. So if we break that low, we get our entry signal. So we have how much time? 3.5 minutes. All right, I'm gonna start getting this set up because it looks like it's gonna give it to us. Stop loss. Okay. 32. All right. Okay. There we go. Okay. Wow. All right, 2.5 minutes. Looks like we might get the entry signal here. I'm kind of hoping it breaks a little closer to the orb so we can get a good, decent TP at previous week high. I wasn't expecting to TP this short until Thursday. That's awesome. Killer trade, P2P. Good job, dude. Good job on that. All right. Okay, 2 minutes, and we'll see if we get the entry. If we get the entry, I'm going to go to TradingView, and we'll set up our alerts so the Discord will get notified on all that. All right. Oh, and I need to adjust my 5. Yeah, about right there. All right, a minute left on this candle. I think it's going to give us the entry signal. Across everything. Three. All right, we can go a little higher. 28 seconds. $17 seconds. Make sure I sell. Do not buy. Oh, shoot. Ah! It did it so quick. Oh, I gotta adjust this. No! Dude, that moves so fast. All right. Well, we're not gonna get the TP at the previous week high.
Order filled.
And oh my gosh, this one is way... Holy smokes. All right, let me get everything freaking locked in. I'm just getting everything locked in. I had a terrible entry on some of these. That second candle really pushed hard. All right, let's see. See how this plays out. This looks like a pretty aggressive position, but so did the last one. Stop loss is at orb high. All right, we're going to watch this for a little bit and see how it does. Let's move to 2R. Okay. All right. Okay, just making a post real fast. Okay. Looks like we might see a little bit of a correction here, but we'll see. We got the entry signal, so we'll see how this plays out. Oh, that's my entry. Okay. We just got a horrible fill on this. A horrible fill. Yeah, that second candle, once I closed, I was not expecting it to open up so quickly and down. So our fill wasn't great, but I still feel pretty confident, especially with this move here. Like going the 15-minute, right? This move is pretty solid. And we're breaking below these lows here. So I want to see. I'm gonna watch the 15-minute time frame right now and see how this 15-minute candle closes. Because I'm liking it. The first TP would be previous day high here, that blue line down here. So we'll see how it goes, and see what price gives us. But if we are able to break below these lows, really there's nothing stopping us to tap these lows or these TP levels here at the previous day high and previous week close. So we'll see. We'll see if we get it. I'm hoping we can get a pretty decent move here. Catch the good short at 87114. Got profits. I'm waiting for this move all day. Yeah. Yeah, I think this move potentially could be the daily move, right? We could see after this weekend pump, right? We could see this correction going into Monday that sweeps some of these session lows, right? Because we swept the session highs for the day, right? We swept session highs. So, and again, it failed to break above the session highs and hold. So now we can target session lows down here potentially, right? There's liquidity down below here that we can target. So we'll see if we hit those today or not. But this, I'm liking this 2R ratio here. I think our target for 2R is in a good in between this liquidity here and this liquidity down here. So if we can target previous session low, we would at least hit 2R. So let's see how it plays out. Honestly, this little pullback doesn't really scare me because like after this big push, it's bound to have a little bit of a pullback before it continues on. But I want it to be aggressive, right? The fact that this is doing this, I don't want it to be slow now. I want it to continue that aggression that it had from up here. And this gives me this move here, right? These break of structure, this push down that broke the structure to the left, gives me the confluence that says, okay, there is now that shift of sentiment, this shift of direction that that it would push us down to, you know, previous day high and week close and maybe even the session low, right? But I don't want it to look like this. I want it to be aggressive. I want it to be with force, because that's how it should look. Like this over here, right? This push here, and it was aggressive. It didn't really like slow down. I would like to see that aggression in this move here too, to this downside. I don't want to like kind of consolidate and be very slow. And if this trade works or doesn't work, this will be the last trade of the day. Probably won't trade much more today after this guy. All right, what time is it? 10:16. All right. I think now that we're in a position, I think I'm gonna close on the stream soon. I got some other things I got to do, and I'll let's actually, you know what? I'll be watching over to the left here, but let's see. Let me see real fast. It looks like it's gonna enter back into the orb. 3 minutes on this. I want to set up some trading view alerts. I don't love that it's breaking back into the orb right now. I want to see it kind of respect the orb. How did I do that before? Yeah, I don't love that it's breaking back into the orb like this. Yeah, I'm gonna, if this closes in the next minute in the orb like this, I'm gonna close this, and then actually we're in a red day. So we lost a little bit today. Bummer. Yeah, I don't like how it's closing pretty aggressively back into the orb. All right, 20 seconds on this candle. If it closes, which it looks like it is in the orb, we're gonna close out this position. Dang it! And it looks like we'll lose this trade. See? Okay, we close back in. Do we close it or do we be patient? I think I might close it. Looking at different time frames real fast. On the 15-minute, it barely tapped into a fair value gap. So let me show you. Tapped in on this one, it didn't. On the micro futures, it did. The 1 hour does not look great. I don't love that candle in the 1 hour. I just hate to close it so fast. I think I'm gonna close it. I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna close it. And then what I'll do is I'll close it. But then throughout the day, I'll watch to see if we break back outside the orb. Okay? So if we break back outside the orb, what I'd watch is if we kind of push again. Do we break some of the structure? Probably look, since we swept this low here, look to break this one on the next move down. Since we broke back into the orb. So I'm going to close it. Let it play around. See if it goes back to the other end of the orb. Because if it comes to the other end of the orb, I'll probably want price to break here. Break that red line. So see if we range today. And we might, this might be our price action today. It might not be anything crazy today. It might just consolidate. Or we could break back out of the orb, continue this downward momentum, and maybe it'll give me my entry signal again. But right now, kind of a bummer. We did lose today, so we're now, that one lost us $24. So we started the day off with $389 in the account. We're now sitting at $364 in the account. So we did lose a little bit there on that trade. But what I do now is when it goes into the orb, I close it and then wait for it to do its thing. Because typically what I found is when it closes back in the orb, it goes to the other end and kind of orb plays around for a little while in the orb. So we'll see what it does here on this 5 minute. But I'll be watching, I'll be monitoring it throughout the day and see how it plays out. But this is how I try to minimize my risk. So I put the stop losses up here just in case if it has a crazy move. But as soon as it closes back in the orb, I'll close it. And then hopefully we can catch a winner later on in the day. And typically if the orb tends to range, there's typically a bigger move towards the end of the day in like say Asia or London session. But it could just range all day today and we might not get the move until tomorrow. So tomorrow might be our day where we'll get that move. But today, yeah, it's looking, the price action right now so far is not looking that great. Like look how it's just kind of ranging. So maybe we'll get something a little bit later today in like the New York PM session, but we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. All right, everyone, it is 10:24. So we might actually get, we literally might get an entry right now. Oh, let me actually bring that back. Let me see, 15 minute. Yeah, we literally might get the entry right now. Didn't give it to us. I'm just gonna be prepared though if it does. It didn't give us our entry. It needs to close below the red line. I need a closure below this red line here. It broke back out of the orb, but it looks like it's probably gonna range in the orb. But I'm ready if it does decide to continue the momentum to the downside. So I want to see if maybe we tap up into these fair value gaps. Maybe on the 15-minute time frame, we'll tap into some of these fair value gaps up here and then continue the downward momentum. But right now the hour, like look at that hour candle. Doesn't look too hot. Doesn't look too hot on the hour candle. So I'll be watching it and seeing what we kind of get today. See if we get a move later in the day. All right, everyone. I'm gonna close out the stream. I got some other things I gotta get done today and start focusing in on. But I had fun with you guys this morning. Thank you. Shout out again to Bulletproof Dean. Let me change the chatting scene. Shout out to Bulletproof Dean and Slayer for your subscriptions today on Twitch. I'm super, super thankful for the support. I love having you guys. And I'm excited to have you guys as a member of the sub community. I'm excited to do some more back testing. I'm hoping to get at least a month done today. Another month in on the back test, see if our win rate goes up, see if it goes down, see how the numbers start playing out with another month under our belt in the back test. I would like to get 6 months in, at least see where the numbers are kind of at and see if we need to make a tweak at 6 months or if we can kind of continue out that year if I'm liking the numbers and even continue on to like January to where we currently are today of 2025. But yeah, hoping to get some more back testing done today. Oh yeah, I'm glad I closed our position. Bitcoin's starting to rapidly move to the other end of the orb. It wants to head back. All right, everyone. I'm gonna close out stream, and I'll see you guys. I think I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow morning. I don't really have any mentorship stuff going on tomorrow morning, so I'll stream tomorrow morning, and maybe we can catch a good trade live on stream. Get us into some profits today, or from today's little loss. So, all right, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow on stream. Have a great rest of your day, and again, happy Easter. I hope you guys had a great weekend. Have a nice day. Thank you, Slayer. Later, Gator. See ya, P2P. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I will see you guys tomorrow morning at market open. You know what it is.